We are live. What up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Late Night Live number 23. Today, we're going to be analyzing, reviewing, comparing, checking out these alphabets by some Penman. Wait a few minutes and let people jump in here. What's going on, Ojaswini? What up, Aravind? How you guys doing this evening? Hey, howdy. All right. So today's going to be kind of interesting. This is sort of the start of something I've been wanting to do a little more in depth, which I will do a little more in depth eventually. But this is sort of the dive into the deep end and see how it goes the first day. You know what? Thinking. My shirt has maroon on it. Give me 2 seconds. I might do a wardrobe swap on the fly. Why? Because I can. That's better. There we go. Yeah. I haven't worn my maroon bowler hat in a while. There we go. Thank you very much. This is one of Mr. Cam's shirts. It's a good friend of mine on Instagram. I got this from him when we were in Poland last February? December? January? Can't remember. Last year, approximately. What's going on, Marilyn? So yeah, today I just want to compare a little bit these alphabets. I hear a lot of people, or I see a lot of people discussing and talking about how certain penmen wrote. So I figured if we all know that the penmen had specific sort of ways that they wrote, who wrote what way? I admittedly have never been the best at identifying. Obviously, there's iconic styles that you can definitely tell when a specific penman wrote it, but a lot of the times I can't tell who wrote a specific specimen, and there's a lot of people who are better at guessing that. So in an effort to A, get a little bit better at guessing it, but B, also enforce that a lot of these penmen, like 2 alphabets from Courtney, can look like 2 completely different people. 2 of Mataraz's alphabets side by side look like 2 completely different penmen a lot of the time. Because they didn't always write in their like iconic style. Many of them did have a specific iconic style that was recognizable, but they wrote in many different ways. So it's important to realize or know that they're not just one-trick ponies, and nor should we be. All right, so today, 4 examples. I have one here, 2 alphabets by FB Courtney. This one's cool just because they're all connected, which is dope. This is one of the suggestions actually that I asked, or that people posted on my Instagram. Somebody wanted to see me write the entire alphabet connected, and I don't believe I've ever done that before. I've been close. I've connected lots of chunks of it, and this one isn't 100% connected. Example, like the Z and the second version of the Z are not are not connected. They're just overlapping. Same with like obviously the crossbar on the F isn't really connected to anything. It's just overlapping. But this is a really cool example. Admittedly, I've seen this before, but I haven't dove in and really studied it and how he did it and Maybe I'll attempt to replicate it tonight, I'm not sure. But we got 2 alphabets by F.B. Courtney, very different from each other. Then we have this really cool page by J.D. Todd, which is a few different variations of every letter of the alphabet. And this is I don't know why I've never printed out this page before, because it is an incredible example, and I want to make something basically, not exactly like this, but very similar to this for myself. Just because it's just a one page that has multiple variations of every capital letter. Yeah, it's dope. So we got that by J.D. Todd. Look at some different ideas. And then we got 2 here by C.C. Kanan. And if anybody's ever seen C.C. Kanan's book, the PDF is available at archive.org. You can still buy reprints of the original book, but the prints are really good quality. It's a green cover. I have one here. And the back has like 10, maybe around 10, just alphabets. And they're all like full page, similar to this one. They're printed, they're photo engraved, so they look really good in the book. It's not like a crummy scan, much easier to see than this one. Unfortunately, I think my printer's running out of ink a little bit. But full page and big pages of alphabets that are almost the same. Maybe when we get a little further on, I'll grab the book off my bookshelf and just sort of really quickly go through those pages, because it's just, I don't know if he did them all at the same time, like rapid fire with one alphabet, and then again, because they're formatted basically the exact same, but he used slightly different variations for different letters certain times. There's just minor differences, but they're super, super slight differences. And then the second one I picked these 2 specifically because this one is more standard of what most of the alphabets in there are. And then this one, it was much like squat, much smaller capitals, and I don't mean smaller in physical size, because obviously the way they fit on the page here, this one's much smaller. But just X height wise, much smaller capitals, but with the same size shade. So the contrast is completely different between the 2. These ones, if this was blown up the same size as this one, the shades would look huge. Thank you very much. Hey, Lori, welcome. And for anybody who's just joining in, these aren't mine. These are from the old books. And also, just a quick note, people inevitably ask me, where's that alphabet from? Where's that alphabet from? I can't tell you exactly where all these alphabets are from. Various places in the Business Educator and throughout my own collection of digital downloaded scrapbooks and whatnot. But everything I have here printed, I didn't pull off of really my own hard drive. These are all just from Googling C.C. Kanan, alphabet, F.B. Courtney, alphabet. I've put these together, printed them, like within an hour ago. It took me about like 30 minutes. I just really quickly got my Google on. So saying all that to say, anybody can do that Googling. Like, this isn't because I have access to some specific PDF or whatnot. I literally just Googled these penman's names and the word alphabet after them. And whether it be from archive.org, iampith, zenarian.com, or any places like that, or I think some of them are from even some of the PDFs that are on my own website, I just really quickly compiled them and printed them off. So, not difficult to find stuff here. Like so many of the things that we hunt are challenging to track down afterwards. We have this alphabet by H.P. Berensmeyer, which I have actually done in gold foil. I have framed somewhere around here, like this one. Then we have this one by E.W. Bloser, which is beautiful, kind of tough to see. This is from one of the lessons he did in the Business Educator. And then we have 2 here from Mataraz. Now, in this, you're not really supposed to compare these 2 because this is a very simplified alphabet, and this is a much more ornamental penmanship alphabet. I was hoping to get 2 ornamental penmanship alphabets back to back to see slightly different variations. But But this will be a good sort of contrast. These are the only two, or the two main ones that are in the Secret Skill of Madaras, the Madaras book. There are many more alphabets by Madaras out there, but these are just the ones that were easy to track down. So yeah, that's what we got. I figured take a look. We'll go through maybe, I don't know if we'll go all the way A through Z, but we'll go through and see if and replicate and sort of discuss the differences. I'm not going to specifically be measuring angles and all that kind of stuff. I don't need our breakdown to be that specific. It's just sort of looking at what was different, what was similar. So we can start with the letter A. Now, it would have been, if I had more time and for the fully done one of these, it would be smart for me to do all the A's on one sheet, all the B's on one sheet, and whatnot. A lot more organized. Now, interestingly, when we think of Madaras, we think of super slanted writing. H.P. Behrensmeyer and E.W. Bloser are kind. I mean, Bloser is one of my favorite writers, always has been, and Behrensmeyer is one of my favorites as well. I mean, I like them all, but those are two very notable ones, and Lupfer, those are probably the three that I like the most. And I can't say that it's because they write in the style that I like the most or that they're the best. It's just of the exemplars I've seen, I'm like, oh, that's a dope piece. And I look at the name, most times it's either Bloser, Behrensmeyer, or Lupfer that sort of did them. I don't have an example of Lupfer's here. I do have in the Lessons in OP by CP PZ Bloser. There is one of Lupfer's alphabets, but I decided sort of not to use it for this. We're not going to use it super for this one because these are, I believe, engraved. I don't think these are straight out of his pen. These are what you would consider like ideal forms. He wrote them. I mean, he might have written them this clean. He was basically a robot, but I'm pretty sure these forms and the ones penned in this book are engraved, so they're not ink. And the rest were ink or just photo engraved. They weren't hand engraved by anybody, to my knowledge, because they're not perfect, which is why I didn't Google or find a quick alphabet by Lupfer, and I figured we kind of had enough. Like I said, I want to do this a little more in depth eventually and do a full one comparing different styles or different letters by a different penman. But what I was saying was interesting. When we think of Madaras is likely the most famous of penmen, I think. Most famous name, anyways. We think of super slanted, super heavy shades. And when I look at these alphabets that I have sort of accumulated here, the ones that are the most slanted and the most shaded are these two, by E.W. Bloser and H.P. Behrensmeyer. Granted, who's to say the exact size? These were really haphazardly picked and printed, so I don't know if maybe these letters were larger and the shades were bigger. It's hard to say. But like H.P. Behrensmeyer's A is super, super slanted, and that shade, I love that his very, very gradual, them both actually, Behrensmeyer and Bloser, had this super gradual shade from right at the very beginning to right at the very end. Whereas if you look at a penman like Kanan, and he was really good at this, and I have a theory that he was good at this because of how many times and how good he was at the capital C. But his shade is, I'll come in a bit closer for you guys. There's gonna be a lot of out of frame stuff happening today. I apologize in advance. But if we look at Kanan's, it was very much, I mean, he had this little bead at the top, but the shade ends like even above where his X-site likely is. So talk about keeping the shade high. That is super impressive. He's the only one of these examples here. Madaras started to taper off a little bit quicker. He does have a shade going almost to the baseline, but it tapers off a lot quicker than Bloser and Behrensmeyer. And then if we look at Courtney in this example here, his first alphabet, low shade, almost what we would consider, and if I was teaching a class, I would encourage a student to pick that shade up so it was more on the upper part. But it's a short shade, but it starts a little bit lower than maybe he had intended. It's what I like about these alphabets. They're not perfect. They have mistakes. Or not mistakes, but they have inaccuracies and whatnot in them. His second A, very similar to... sorry, so many filtering of pages and whatnot here today. Very similar to that of, if we look at Berensmeyer's, but without the crazy sharp angle. So a little bit more of a vertical angle. He's rocking, like this one is way tipped over, but here he's rocking about probably like 48-ish. But shade-wise, very similar. I think of all of them, the most appealing looking to my eye is Courtney's, just because it doesn't look crazy slanted. And this A, I only think crazy slanted when I look at the rest of the letters here. Like when I look at the B and the C, for me the A feels like it's on its completely own slant. Yeah, where's Mehmet? Exactly. This would be, this is his type of geek fest. Analyzing and comparing. But yeah, so I'm now gonna try, we'll see how this works. I'm not warmed up or anything, but I'm gonna try and do basically just rapid fire. I'm gonna go one A to the next A, and I'm gonna try to duplicate each one of these A's. If I can. Chances are they're not gonna be exactly what's on the paper, but there's more to life than being exactly like the exemplar. Maybe he did the letter and he went, "Ooh, whoopsies. Okay, let's reel that back in just a little bit." None of the other letters. No, all the other letters on this one. And like, this is one of my favorite alphabets ever. This is why, like, I foiled this and framed this on a piece of navy blue leather. But when you really look at the A compared to the rest of the letters, even this downstroke, which would normally be on slant, is much more slanted than all his other downstrokes in this one. So it's interesting. Something kind of fascinating. We don't need that ink today. Got black paper today, so we need some water. And we need some white ink. I just mixed some new white ink, so hopefully it's gonna be thick enough and look good. If not, we can remix. Wiggle, wiggle. All right. Good morning, Suzanne. All right, now while I'm getting my ink all prepared here, I'll let you guys, what order, whose signature are we gonna do first? Or whose A is up first? I'll let you guys decide. Ooh, my white jar is a little too full. I'm gonna call him Slanty. Berensmeyer? We can do that one first. Ooh. So we're gonna do this, and ideally I can get both of those in the frame. And we're gonna try to replicate Blozer. Okay, well, I'll do Berensmeyer first, and then we'll do Blozer second. Oh. I might do them a little bit smaller than this, just because that's quite large. For me today. All right, super slanty. my finger caught on the page. Darn it. Off to a bit of a rough start. But one thing I'm noticing right away, my own style, and not my style, but the way I tend to write this letter, I am much more rounded, and he's very, very, it's almost like, not straight, but if we compare, like I didn't curve that much, and my letter is much more curved than his. So we really got to pull that down almost a straight diagonal. Okay. Shade too high. Try that again. This could take some time. I probably should have warmed up first. Okay, keep my shade nice and high. Ooh, that's better. Closer. Still too curved. Right around there. Entry oval. Nice and high. See, but his is still narrower. Alright, we're gonna try this one. Oh, pulling down that straight line makes me put my shade really low. So I'm used to the shade coming in on the curve. There it is. That's what we wanted. There we go. I think that's good. Should have come up a little bit, and his is a little his is a little tighter. But I think that shade is close. Like that's very straight, and his is very his is even straighter than that one. Fascinating. Alright, now we'll go to Blozer. Ooh, I realize this is gonna be tough once we get. I'm not gonna be able to have all the letters in frame the whole time. Just as I get down the paper here. Okay, so Blozer's much smaller letter form in contrast to the shade. I'm gonna aim for almost the exact same shade, maybe slightly less angled, but then I have to come in like right here rather than keep it out quite as much. Try for that. Giant shade. Nope. Still too fat. The shade has got the right idea. It needs to end a little bit sooner though. This is quite a challenge. But I think this is cool. This is fun. Okay, keep the shade even higher. And then go up quick. Pointy on the bottom. This was rounded down there a little bit more. I think we'd be in a pretty decent spot. One thing that he was good at getting this, if you look at the right time, oh, sorry, my camera's focusing on different spots. There we go. His right tine is almost going straight. There's almost no curve to it at all at one point, and it's just his left tine that's doing the curve. That is something that I have quite a bit of challenge with. It's really hard to get that curve and come up so sharp. Like his is very rounded down here and then goes up just like straight line right to there. Very different than what my hand naturally wants to do. We had the right idea going on that one. That's actually, I think, the closest one, minus the snap. That shade looks closest to his. We'll try one more time and try not to snap it, but that shade was good. All right, Blozer, let's do this. Nope, too high. One more, then we'll move on. It's like a straight line. I'm not pulling any curve at all. It's a straight line and just adding the curve with the shade. I mean, it's a little too abrupt and a little too straight, but that's, when you look at the two, Bear and Bang, he has a nicer taper up here. If I had that, we'd be laughing. I mean, the G is based off of this variation of the capital A. All right. Oh, Aravin's digging the music today. Oh, I want to apologize too for anybody who's been watching the replays of these live videos. The live chat not being available is not an issue that I'm on my end. It's something, I've Googled it. I'm not the only one that has the issue, but it's coming from YouTube's side. So hopefully it's an issue that they solve eventually. But as of right now, the past few weeks of videos don't have live chat replay, which is really unfortunate. So sorry about that. But I am powerless to fix it at the moment. All right, next one. Quite similar. We'll get Mr. Mataraz. So now, unlike the other two that have this entry that's going very smooth and almost horizontally into the shade, Mataraz has, and this is the other Penman did this as well. Everything we're talking about today is not, well, Mataraz wrote his A like this. This isn't necessarily how Mataraz wrote his A. This is how Mataraz wrote his A this specific time. Because I know there's instances where he didn't do this, but a difference right now, today, yep, it definitely seems like I'm talking to myself. There's a toggle. No, I mean, in the settings, I've checked them all, and it's checked. It's supposed to be there. There's supposed to be live chat. What happens and what I think the issue is, there's a history on YouTube of if one of your videos gets a copyright strike and you basically, and you submit, or if you basically, I don't know what it's called. Hey, Vozzy. If you counter the copyright strike, I got a copyright strike for a song that's royalty free, and I don't monetize my videos, so it doesn't really matter. But I submitted and says no, that's not their song. It's a completely different song. Sirens. The person who did the strike it was a completely different song, not similar at all to that point in the music. So I said no. I sent in that, and apparently when you do that, there's something that happens. and your chat gets disabled, apparently. So I'm hoping there's still like another week left, time-wise, and I'm hoping once that time's out, then things will go back to normal, if that's what's causing the issue. But I've Googled it, and I'm not, it's not from my end at all. It's not just an isolated case. Okay, let's do Mataraz here. So, what I was saying, he has this little hook before he goes in, which means he's starting from almost as if he did a horizontal entry and then in from this way, because it's quite a tight little hook. It's not like it's coming from a larger oval. It could be an oval from here, but it almost looks like it's a sharper one. So his movement hooks vertical and then goes to the left, comes down, and then it's pretty much similar. Not quite as big of a shade contrast-wise. Slight retrace, which gave us a shade, but that's unintentional, I'm pretty sure. And then, in comparison to the ones that we've done, his exit oval is much more horizontal and stretched out. Yeah, happy birthday, Fozzie! Oh, the chat problem we were talking about is the replays of my videos don't have live chat anymore. So in the replay, the viewers can't see what you guys are talking about and the questions you guys ask. So it's just me talking to myself, basically. Which is fine, because that is technically what it is anyways. But, yeah, hoping it gets fixed soon. Alright, let's do this Mataraz A real quick. So we gotta get that little hook in the beginning. That might be the hardest. And then also quite angled, but his upstroke is much more similar to what I would do naturally. And his very stretched out horizontal exit oval is much more natural to what comes out of my pen. Nope. So, it's very weird to come in from that, like it's like an abrupt hook like that. Gotta come into. I'm trying to keep it up there so we can see both in frame, but I can't anymore. No, Aravind, it's something with the videos. It's nothing that anybody's doing, unfortunately. And there's no way for me to fix it right now. Because I'm not the only one having the problem. Okay, so we got the hook that time. The shade isn't the right shape. Okay, we got our exit oval, the right shape. We just have to get our shade up higher and more even. Right to there. Don't even have to shade that much on this one. But, oh, it feels weird adding that little hook. But we got it. Keep that going. Oh, there it is. Sweet, I have a little bit less retrace, but that's the idea. I get both of those in frame if we compare. It's close. It's obviously not exact, but it's close. I've never intentionally tried to get that little hook on there before. It's nerve-wracking because you're coming out of an air oval with an upstroke. The chances of just digging right in are real. That's scary. Okay, that's Mataraz. The shade could still be a bit higher, but I'm gonna call that one close enough. Who else we got here? Let's do Courtney. Aravind really likes today's music. Right on. I think this is my YouTube's pop music playlist that I made a number of weeks ago. Okay, so this is a messy A. This is not what I would call a really beautiful letter. If this was somebody in my class, I would correct them. So, sorry, Courtney, I I know we're supposed to love the old Penman, but it's not a very good letter. It's not terrible, but I'm gonna try to do what he did. So, beautiful horizontal entry oval, nice and clean. Comes down. He has that still same, very straight on the right tine. Just the left tine is giving us the curve. Shade's a little low, but that's all right. Coming up, then down. Very abrupt here. Not a nice round curve. It kind of comes down and then sharper turn and then goes down this way. And then a shade on the bottom. Let's try it. All right, horizontal entry. Nope. All of them. So I'm seeing one thing that I do that they definitely don't do. They all have this very straight pull down on their downstroke for the A, which I don't have. Get rid of my blotter sheet for a second, because I'm catching it. Yeah, this one definitely utilizes, I mean, there's more to it, especially because of the entry. But if you notice, the similarity in the entry, if we were to cut that there, this is likely what Mataraz was doing in the air before he touched down for his right there. So he had that little hook. I would guess. We can't be certain, but that's what I would guess was happening. Okay, straight down. Yeah, he has this abrupt, like, and then it cuts down to there. Very abrupt in that direction. I'm glad you guys like the music today. I've used this playlist before. I think. Pretty sure I have anyways. There we go. My shade's too high, but we got that more abrupt shape there. My entry oval doesn't look nearly as nice as his. And then here, it's really weird to me to get that pull straight down shape. It goes against the way I want to write the A. I will be doing Kanan, yep. Right now I'm doing Courtney. Kanan's up next. Okay, we gotta round out that entry oval. Come on, nice clean entry oval. It's closer. I don't think it's perfect, but it's also weird intentionally putting the shade lower like he did. You want to start the shade up here and have it round out. But his is pretty much straight down into a lower shade. All right, I'm going to try that one more time. and then we'll move right along. I'm gonna round out this bit. That's getting too harsh. Lost my train of thought. Whoa, that is an ugly letter A. All right. Let's move to canons. Now this one is gonna give me some trouble, but for a good reason. This is trouble that I want to get better at. So we have what would be more natural for me. This curved, the right tine is not pulling straight like the ones we've been doing so far. This one is nice and curved, and the right side is curved, the left side is more curved. The shade cuts off much sooner than normal. Then he does have this nice tiny little flat top, whether he added that on the fly or at the end, who knows. And it drops quite a bit below the baseline and has a nice clean horizontal exit oval. Now in general, Kanan's form seemed to be much more circular than ovoid. He seemed to, just his C's, a lot of his letters in his ovals seem to want to be more circular than ovals. Not always, but a lot of the time. It's one thing that I think his specific style stands out a lot to me in that way. I can usually tell his writing because it looks like it wants to be a circle. That's just, it's all part of the process of learning, Marilyn. In general, A shade will be at the top half of Excite, just like the capital stem should be in the lower half. In general, like we've seen on most of these letters here, in general, it's just important that the thick point is above the halfway point of the letter, pretty much. Like if we look at this one here, the entire height of the letter, we want the thickest point to be above the middle of the letter. So it can still be a shade down all the way to the baseline. It doesn't have to be a hairline at this point for the X height and whatnot. It should be a taper. But it can be, like what we're seeing here in Kanan's example, which is the shade, but then it finishes at about, this is probably 2 times the height of his X height. He's back to a hairline before going up, which is, that's gonna be a challenge for me for sure, but I really like the way it looks. A G without a tail. I mean, if that helps you, that works. For me, this letter is an A, or the G is an A with a tail. But if you prefer writing the G and you find the G easier, then by all means, write the A like a G without a tail. Mental mind games. All right, my ink settles a little quick. That's all right. Here we go. Let's do Kanan's version. Okay, no entry oval. I'm not gonna, I don't know if he started with that little bead or if he added it later. That might mean that he started without moving and just dropped and then went. Let's see how that works. Frame. Nope. I'm definitely not going to do it that way. That feels really weird. So I'm assuming he added that later. He might not have. But if he didn't, that's something else that I need to learn. And my shade is way too low. You can see my thickest point is way below the halfway point. So I gotta pick that up. But if I start normally, that shouldn't be as big of an issue. So my shade has to start up here and end about here. Quick shade. Kind of like that. That's the idea. I got a little straight at this point instead of curved nicely. Then he might have added that little tick after. Alright. I'm not mad at that. I finished quite a bit below the X height, or above the X height, and his shade is still shorter, just as thick as mine. He ends like right there. That's such a fast taper. But I like that shape of that shade. This would have looked nicer if it came down on about that angle instead. But that's alright. Here we go. Let's try that one a few more times. Still not fast enough to a taper. And not quite. I'm too pointy down here at the bottom. By a little bit. This is the shortest shaded A I've ever tried to do. Nope. Jeez, he goes to a hairline so quick. Might have to dip a little slower and get less ink in my pen for this one. Okay, breathe. Here we go. So that's the idea. I think I finished it about the right spot. My taper isn't quite as smooth as his. Wait, then he added like so. My taper's not quite as smooth. You can see the two there. We're not far off. That is decent. One thing that I do like about his exit oval a lot. Kanan, for me, when I look at his writing, it's like, oh, there's a habit that I want to break. There's a habit that I want to break. When I try to emulate Kanan's writing like this, I see things that I don't like about my natural style of writing that I want to fix. And it's specifically because of those circular forms that I like so much about his writing. Lupfers also tend to look very circular as well. I think that's what I like about his too. But you'll notice, even this exit oval, like we're good here coming down. The oval itself is quite nice, but on the exit, and this is if you were listening last week when I was talking about when, was this last week? No, this was during my class, sorry, so you guys didn't hear this part. During my movement writing class that I finished during the weekend, I talked about sort of habitually finishing certain ovals and whatnot, and I habitually finish these ovals kind of all the same. I know we've talked in this lab about making all the shapes and all the shades intentional. There's always a little bit of a shade, which isn't a bad thing, but if you look at this nice curve, it's almost like it's going into another oval down here, rather than this one just going out into nowhere. It's not finishing like it's going to be curving back. It's a very small difference, but it's huge when I look at it. When I compare these two, like, yeah, this is the obvious place where I missed. I don't have the beautiful curve that he does, but everything else I'm decently happy with, except that is a glaring difference to me. That downstroke into a smooth oval, or a smooth implied oval. It's like the calligraphy or penmanship follow through is always going into like another cascaded oval or something. Similar to that. This oval's off slant, but that's sort of as if it's going into another oval. I need more of that action. But there's Kanan. Okay, who's next? We did Kanan. Now I think JD Todd is the only one we got left in our lineup. Maybe this was too many Penman for day one, but whatever, this is what I printed. JD Todd, now he has a few variations. The variation we're gonna go with is the one that's most similar to the other letters we're doing today. We're gonna ignore Super Flourishy and the compound curve stem variation. This is the simplified, more so Spencerian-esque A, and this one would be the most ornamental penmanship variation. So that's the one that we're going to try to replicate. Now, comparing that to the rest of our letters, his ending is very much similar to Kanan. He has a tiny little shade up here, and you can see it's intentionally placed on both of his A's. He has that little flat top shade. His is a little smaller than Kanan's on this one. But he finishes in just a nice horizontal exit oval. It's a little bit on the up angle, but that's all right. We won't hold that against him. And his shade is, again, less like Kanan, more of a straight pull with the right tine and a curve with the left tine. But this one should come out, this one should come out more naturally for me. There are less quirks in it that should give me trouble. But we'll see. Those might be famous last words. All right. So mine is more angled than his. His is even more, so it's very upright. His needs to go up at about, I'm at this angle here. He's rocking about like this. So I'm gonna have to, this transition here is the one that's gonna give me the most trouble, but that's fine. We could also rotate the paper ever so slightly. The little flat top on the A is nice. I used that. Was it last week when I posted the Queen's Gambit post? I used that on the Q. It can be a nice addition to this form. Okay. Curve and come down, straight down. I'm too pointy up here, but that's the basic idea. His taper's much nicer. I still have, I like this looks, minus this pointy bit down here is a little pointy than I would like, a little pointier than I would like. My brain is too focused on getting back up in this straight line. But I have much more curve here than he does. Interesting that they almost get that in a straight line on the right hand side. I'll try that one more time. Queen's Gambit, in my opinion, is the best thing on Netflix right now. I thought it was absolutely incredible. Very well done. Wardrobe, styling, all that as well. Immaculate. So good. I'm horrible at chess, which people always assume I'm gonna be good at chess. For some reason, because it's like a puzzle. I am horrendous at chess. It's something that I have never tried to get good at, and has always been on my list of actually trying to get good at it. One day, maybe. Oh, that's kind of okay. That felt, I mean, my exit stroke was terrible. That felt so weird to me. It's like this very straight. It didn't feel curved at all, but if we compare it side by side to the shape of his shade, if we're speaking just about the shades, not about the rest of the letter, that's the idea, that's the shade, and that felt so weird. So vertical, such a pull down compared to curving into it like I would want to. Curve pull. He has a little bit more curve at the top of his. I would need to have it. I touched down a little bit late, but that's the right shape for the shade. Whew. Snazzy. His bottom. Fozzie, by bottom, do you mean his exit oval? I'm assuming that's what you meant. Like this one right here? Or this bottom right here? I guess bottom. I would assume that refers to this part here. Which is... I mean, it's a lot more rounded than mine. All of mine have very pointy bottoms. At the baseline. This is sort of the round curve that I need to work on getting more often. I kind of bounce back and forth unintentionally between they end up being too round or too sharp. Finding that just curved round bottom as the go-to. The exit oval is too circle. It is very circular, but on that note, I'm gonna get a book and I'm gonna try to find this reference. I think it's on the M in Tamblin's book. I have the ugly version of it, but in Tamblin's book, I'm pretty sure it's when he teaches the M. I found this fascinating when I first read it. He gets to the shaded capitals. Is it this one? Looking for it. Nope. The circular end. Oh, come on, where is it? So at one point, Tamblin talks about the exit oval. He says, imagining it like I think he references a dime, like a little coin, which is round. And you'll notice a lot of his exit ovals, round, like completely, totally round exit ovals. So I wouldn't say that JD Todd's was too round. It's just more round than we're used to, because we're used to seeing horizontal exit ovals that bisect on the baseline. I want to find that though. I swear he references, I don't feel like this is made up in my brain. I think this is a real thing, but I'm not finding it. I'm skimming through so fast, I'm potentially missing it, but... Come on. Is it on the C? Oh, here we go. So he says, finish with a circle, bracket, like drawn around a dime. Penman is his are very, and they're not always round, but I found it really interesting. He's the only one that I know of that taught it to be round. And you can see a lot of his exit ovals are completely round. Yeah, drawn around a dime, or a horizontal oval. So, horizontal oval was more common, but I found it interesting. I'm curious if that's, if using the dime technique, because ovals are really hard to sort of perfect. In a class atmosphere, it's much easier because the teacher's right there and they can show you and tell you when your ovals are too narrow or too round. But this was home instructor, so it was specifically designed for people to use at home without a teacher. So I'm wondering if giving the reference of a dime was him giving an option to students to have a reference there of a circle, because most people can see when a circle is properly circular or not. Whereas, unfortunately, most of us don't recognize nice ovals as well as we recognize nice circles, just the way we see. All right. Next letter. Now we go into the capital B. So now I think, and they all kind of use different variations here. I'm not the hugest fan. This B is very similar to the capital stem in Lessons in Ornamental Penmanship by P.Z. Bloser. It's very cut off short stem with the, you can see it has this little belly. It's pregnant a little bit on the right hand side, which is something I try to stray away from. But that's how we did it. I do, however, really like this second entry. This tiny little loop inside of the B is how I do it quite often. And as we've said about Penman, also very round. Like this oval right here, this implied oval is almost a circle. Whereas his exit oval is very much an oval, but this one is very round. And I'm assuming most of the Penman we look at today are not going to be that round for that portion of the B. Case in point, Courtney, exact same form or same variation of the B, very much more stretched out. What would come out of my pen more naturally, because I tend to do my horizontal ovals very long and narrow, something I'm trying to change. But there, very long and narrow. Again, short stem. I wish it was a little longer, but that's okay. Long and narrow, angled up like so, but way less circular than Penman's variation. Little oval, little shade, and then a bigger, but the same shape, horizontal oval. That's Penman's. Jose, that was Tamblin's home instructor in penmanship. It's still, I believe, it's available on the internet. I don't think for download. It's still available. I believe John Neal Book sells it, and some other places online have it. It's a good book. It's one of the ones that I recommend people purchase. All right, Mataraz. So I probably shouldn't have even printed this one down here because it's not him doing OP, so we're not going to be referencing it too much. But very similar entry to Courtney. I like his stem more than Courtney's. It's sort of a combination between Courtney's and Penman's, but a little bit longer than his entry. He doesn't have the little extra loop, but his second oval starts a good deal to the right of his stem and goes very narrow. So Penman was round, Courtney was oval, and then Mataraz was super oval, was very narrow oval. Little loop here, shade down there, and then the same horizontal exit on the baseline. Where did the rest of the letter go? Can you guys not see it? Is it invisible on the camera? It is there. It's not a great wasn't a great scan, or the digital piece I found was not amazing, and then my printer didn't do the best job of printing the hairlines. They are very, very fine though. I mean, Mataraz was known for writing with watered down or really light ink, so people couldn't copy it, so people couldn't print it. He was sneaky that way. Okay, EW Blowzers B. Stem, my favorite stem so far of the ones we've done. I do also like that his entry oval comes down quite low and goes up. It's an image, that's a shape that I'm not always the best at making, but I always like the way it looks. Comes down to a nice shade, starts very similar to the shape of Courtney's B. Doesn't have a little extra loop, but very similar actually to slightly less narrow than Mataraz's, but not by much. Just starts a little bit lower than his. It's oval down here and horizontal exit. Relatively similar. Berensmeyer, the loopiest of them all, the most horizontal of them all so far, and I'm going to now say his is my favorite stem. We go over here, up. This is probably the way I would do this stem the most natural. Now he starts his B though way to the left and curves it over and around. So it's almost like instead of going up and straight into it like the other ones or having a loop into it, he starts way to the left and travels to the left and over. Horizontal oval, big horizontal middle oval, no shade. Huh, interesting. No shade there. And then going around in a horizontal exit oval. Yeah, and the slight shade, many of them, Blowzer did that too. They would naturally add this little shade right at the top of the horizontal oval. And sometimes on the very bottom of the exit oval. See there as well. Very slight, little accent shade. Interesting that he didn't add a shade down there. Why didn't I notice that before? All right. Now, this is the variation that Todd does that's most similar. He also has this one here with his other stem. His finishing here, very similar to Courtney's, this ending stroke. All the ending strokes are relatively similar. Mataraz is a little more squished oval here, and Kanan's is more round. But the rest are all relatively the same thing. Then this one, he has a compound curve into his exit to come around. And a stem shade, very long horizontal oval entry. Up, again, dipping down and going up to match that slant line. All right. Let's give it a shot. Too many loops. The B can end up being a very loopy letter. Very easily. Sometimes they look like butterflies. Half a butterfly, yep. True. Okay, who should we do first? Do Berensmeyer first, because he's the only one that just has one shade. He starts, goes this way into his oval instead of going up and in, which would feel more natural. Goes to the left. Whoa. Ugly ovals there. Wicked fast A's. Fun. Okay, I need to clean up my horizontal oval. I need to focus on dropping a little lower and coming up. Yep. This one should be the most natural for me. Except I ran out of space with my range of movement, and you can see what happened right there. Ruined my exit oval. Still. Alright, one more try, then we'll go on to Blozer. We'll do it a little bit smaller. How's it going, Mom? Welcome. Must be time to check in, I guess. There we go. Very loopy. I did them a little more horizontal than Bearsmeyer did. He managed to get his second oval more angled than I did, which means that he got here and he just transitioned a little nicer into an angled oval before the other one, but that's all right. Okay, let's check out Mr. E.W. Blozer, because his is relatively similar. He has a smaller little loop on top. He starts inside, but a really short here. This is almost as high as the stem, and then a really big shade. See how that goes. It is flatter on the bottom there. Okay. Noted. His down here is almost like a stem shade. My shade evenly tapers from top to bottom, but his is more, it gets thicker. So it's thicker right about here. Noted. I also like how he transitions with this little loop. Mine gets long horizontally. His transitions, and that's where he makes his transition from this angle into, well, to get to his slant line angle, his entry angle. Wow, Mom's fancy with the emojis today. Honey jar tea today as well. I've been going through a lot of honey during lockdown. I can't decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Green tea, as always. Green tea with a little bit of honey in it. But my honey jar was almost empty, and when that happens, I make the tea in the honey jar so that I get all the melted leftover tea or leftover honey so I don't miss any. There we go. Little blob at the end, but that's the shape we want. I need to see this bee. There it is. Oh no! Did I really just do that? I did. Oh well. It was right. Well, if honey's good for me, then that's good, because I eat an awful lot of honey. That's the one that we want. Just imagine that this one is right here. Alrighty. Let's move to Mataraz, shall we? Super long. So to match Mataraz, I'm gonna pick up my speed a little bit. Or at least I'm gonna try to. And doing that should make my ovals be a little more reminiscent of his. I think his entry oval is much shorter than the rest of his letter, so it doesn't go up like these other ones do. So we're going to keep it down below the top point. There we go. Decent start. Now this is the part nice and quick. Almost too horizontal, this first bit. No, so I have this bubble out there, whereas Mataraz manages to already be on the downstroke by the time he finishes that little loop. So he's already cutting in. Like that. Hey, Abraham. Welcome. Oh, hey, Bram. Wait, where is Bram's ink? I have Bram's ink right here beside me. I'm not using it today, but there's the burgundy, different jars than the ones I got from you, and navy blue. If you guys have ever seen me write in navy blue or burgundy, they're two of the inks I got from Bram when I was in Jakarta last September. Of course. Well, I mean, the jars, technically I still have. I still have the bigger jars too. There's still a good deal of ink in them. I changed my inks enough that I get quite a lot of mileage out of a lot of my ink. Because I change it up. I go between white and walnut and black, different kinds of black. Yeah, those are the nice hairline walnut, burgundy, and navy blue inks that I requested or that I asked. He asked me if there was anything I wanted, and I asked for those, and he made them for me, and they're awesome. The burgundy is, I think, my favorite of the two. The navy takes a little bit of mixing to get it to flow exactly like I want, but the burgundy is just so nice. Oh, that'll be fun. Make your own walnut ink. Not the best stem, but my main focus is on this second stroke. Blah, darn it. I thought we were doing good there with the little, we were coming down out of the little oval. Thought I had the right idea, but not quite. Oh, making messes is fun though. Jeez, I'm super tentative. You can see me slow down. Good first oval, but then getting the size of this little oval, I'm thinking too much and slowing down quite a bit. And not slowing down on purpose, slowing down because I'm trying to control and trying to think it through. And this is what I'm always telling my students in the movement classes. You can't do that. You gotta go for it. Feels, ooh, that was a nice stem. It feels bad at first, but it's worth it. Gotta give in to the movement. The idea. Not a really nice shade, but that's the idea. That's the one. Darn it. Okay, let's try to do those two together. Another good stem. Woo! That stem. Feeling the stems right now. Not so much feeling what comes after them, but hoping. Yes! Lost my hairline. Darn it! And that got a little muddied up. That was after though. I'm pretty sure that's the paper. Darn it. That traffic felt good. Even though Mataraz's is more... His is more horizontal there. More like that. Why can I do it when there's not a capital stem before it? Be one with the pen. I'm working on it. That's what I tell people. Alright, we're gonna move on from Mataraz. Let's check out who next. Let's go to, we'll do JD Todd. We'll do this variation, compound curve top one. I'm gonna get a fresh sheet of paper. As well. I like this song. All right. Do. What do we got here? About the same shade, the same stem, a little rounder on the bottom. His doesn't finish quite on the baseline. His finishes at an angle a little bit more. I got the right angle and the right oval. I'm splattering white ink everywhere today. My desk is gonna look like space. That needs to be a little bit higher. But the way JD Todd does his little loop in the center is much more similar to how I do it. All right, bedtime for you. Sweet dreams, Mom. Thanks for popping in. No, come on. One more try. We'll nail this one quick. That's the idea. I'm losing my hairline right there pretty consistently, which means I'm scared coming out of that shade. I'm lifting too much. There we go. Angled stem, nice entry oval. Okay, let's nail the rest of it too. That'll work. It's not perfect, but it looks pretty similar to JD Todd's. His shade down here is much nicer than mine, but I'm having trouble getting smooth ones down there today. And he also has a nicer shape up here. Similar to what this one was. The top of this one, and maybe the bottom of this one, the little loop of this one. Cool. Right, now we're gonna go to FB Courtney, who is similar to what we've been doing, but with a little extra loop in there. You can see here. Now, I never do a stem that's shaped that way, but I'm gonna try to do it the way he did it. Basically, it hardly even curves to the left at all. It's just a downstroke and then ends rather abruptly. There is a curve with the right tine, but the left tine just kind of bubbles and then finishes. I mean, that's what they did. It even says on, I cut it off, but the bottom of one of Mataraz's alphabets, when it's printed in the Mataraz book, it says these letters were likely chosen, perfected forms, and glued or tacked on to make one exemplar. I don't remember the exact wording, but it does say that under one of the alphabets of his. Because they did do that quite a bit. Vintage Photoshop cut and paste, literal cut and paste. Okay, his entry oval is super low. And far to the left. Oh, that feels weird, cutting it off that quick, but that works. Now, his is quite condensed. It doesn't go out very far to the right. And I tend to make mine go out too far to the right, so I gotta be careful there. Seems like in general all of them I'm having trouble getting this little loop transitioning my shape. That is a funny capital stem shade. It's how I think a lot of there's a lot of penmen that wrote it that way. I'm not a very big fan of this style, but it is the way a lot of them were written. To my dismay. This entry oval is very much narrower than mine as well. Short little stem. Ugh. I don't have very good flow on the... It's like I'm starting my B shade too soon. Standing on its toes, yep. Just trying to see, it's at the back. Whoa, that was a pretty good one. More angled there. That's the one we wanted. Now we just gotta get that exit oval bigger. This is like the Sig Slingin' Sunday challenge, but for me, way more challenging because it's way more specific to the little forms. Sig Slingin' Sunday, you can sort of get close and call it good enough. These ones, it's just the form. You can't hide behind your flourishes, really. Not that we should ever try to do that, but. Too long. Wow. It's better. The MJB, the MJ stem. If it wasn't for this, whatever happened down here, we were in good shape. Why did that happen? It's happened a bunch of times today. I didn't think I would have this much trouble with this one. There's the idea. That's better. Are we close? Oops. We're close. We're not perfect. We gotta get one cool thing that he has here. When he gets to this point, he maintains the shape of that oval nicer than I do, transitioning up into the stem. And then I get a little carried away over here. But aside from that, and then this, this is basically like a perfect exit oval. His gets a little out of control, but. How to use your mobile as a webcam? So for my mobile, I use an app called IVCam. IVCam, is that what it's called? Yeah, it's by a company called E2Esoft, IVCam. And it allows me to plug in my phone via USB, and my computer will recognize it as a webcam, so I can use it for Skype or anything like that. Skype, Zoom, or anything. And then I use the production software I use is called OBS Studio. It's free. They're both free. I think I have a paid version of IVCam though. I think I paid for it to get high def when I was streaming tap classes. But OBS is free. And then OBS is what I use to make the picture-in-picture and to connect my other camera, which is my Sony a6400, which is connected HDMI to USB into the computer. And then yeah, OBS Studio is what I use to send the stream to YouTube. All right, who do we got? Last but not least, Mr. CC Kanan. So, this is a version, his ending oval is very similar to the ending oval that I just did, so that's good. His stem is a little bit more similar to what I like. He has a little bit of what I call a pregnant little bump here, but that's okay. I can add that, I think, if I want. And then very much this round shape up at the top here, which I feel like will be a little more natural. I have trouble transitioning with this little loop into the shade though. I always kind of have. I get a good one when I do it in this orientation, when I do ease, obviously with the shade on the bottom instead of the top. But transitioning from top to bottom to with direct ovals is much more natural to me than going with reversed ovals. I have trouble getting that shape. Oh, we're gonna try to do it like Kanan did it. His other variation is very similar, minus the little loop. Very circular here, with just he starts his shade much higher than I think I would like. We're gonna try to copy this one with the nice circle top bit. Put that up there so I can see it. I'm sorry that you can't. What about IG Live picture in picture? IG Live, with Instagram doesn't want you to use the like programs like OBS. There are ways to do it apparently, but you're not supposed to do it. It's the whole reason I do my lives on YouTube rather than doing them on Instagram. But I don't know how to do picture in picture and whatnot for IG Live Instagram. Is that even possible? Do people do that? Is that a new thing? I didn't know it was possible. And you're sure it's live and not reels or anything like that? I have no idea how then. I'm not sure. I will look into it though. I know there are people who've sort of broken in the past. It might be a new thing, but I know in the past people have broken sort of Instagram's rules and done what I'm doing on YouTube now on Instagram. But I don't think in the past you weren't supposed to be able to do that. So if that's a new feature, then that's cool. If it's not a new feature, then there might just be people still breaking the rules. All right, we'll make this nice and round. Making it round feels way more natural than the other way for me. Mine still isn't as round as Kanan's. I gotta try to round out that top bit. Okay. Nip snap. But another good B. If only it were captioned. Do you mean like, well, I know after the fact, I'm pretty sure YouTube can do live captions. I think, do they do that? I know they do that for my regular videos. They can be closed captioned, auto-generated. I wish the chat was visible. I hope they fix that, because that's quite annoying. No, we can do better than that. Cool. I like Kanan's feels the best. Oh, good night, Marilyn. Kanan's definitely trying to replicate his anyways. I didn't hit any of them perfect, but trying to replicate Kanan's definitely feels the best. Okay. Going on to C. What do we got here for the capital C? So Kanan, I kind of think has the best C's in penmanship. They're not always perfect, but they're usually quite pretty. They're very much this. I won't call it a big exception, but this one has a little bit of this sort of a shape going on. It's a little bit, there's a small kink right here. But on average, Kanan's C's, basically the whole thing just makes a giant circle. They're very round forms. And again, like his A that he has here, his entry oval finishes basically by the time, or his shade finishes basically by the time his entry oval cuts through it. I mean, he's definitely, yeah, he's done C once, twice, or 3 times. No, he's done C billions of times he's written this letter, so it makes sense that his are really nice, but getting the shade that snappy in and out, similar to how we did on the A, is going to be a bit of a challenge, but his C's just look good. Like if you look at here, this is to be and co. That's how they would write this all the time, but look, it finishes before that hairline. That is 100% hairline after that. And this whole shape is just a big circle. It's, yeah, they're very unique, I feel like, to him. They're very, very nice. So, that's Kanan. What do we got for Courtney? Courtney, he would have done these. This alphabet looks very, very fast. This would have done, or been done really rapidly, very, for lack of a better word, almost careless. There's a lot of sort of crazy stuff going on here. We're not on C or on D and E yet, but you can see these crazy shapes that are going on in his ovals. Not what you would normally expect. Here we go. Again, finishes by, he's pretty much hairline by the time this crosses through, which is something we'll try for. But he has, again, that weird shape, and I feel like, at least in this day of writing, when he wrote this, that's how he did the exit for his A, that's how his C is, his D has that shape, his E has that shape, so that's just the way he was writing on this day. I don't think he always wrote that way. I'd have to look at more of his writing to actually make that assessment, but if your C ends upward like that, your minuscules will go under the end stroke, no? Under, which are we? I don't know exactly what you're talking about. your C ends upward like that, your minuscules will go under the end of the stroke. Ends up like that. This one ends down. I don't know. Please be a little bit more specific there, Fozzie, and I will answer your question a little bit better. Now, if we compare this, and this is why I say I don't think he always wrote this way, if we compare this to our other alphabet, and we forgot to look at the B he did down here, but this C, much, much, much nicer. His B is also much nicer, very similar to similar form that he did up here, but way nicer, just smoother. But this entry here, very similar to Kanan shape-wise. His shade does go a little bit below where the entry is, and then, like Kanan, very round on his exit oval here. Alright, so you're asking if it ends, so the way he ends this one, like down here, this is how I would naturally end my C's. This is a really large exit oval though. Your lowercase letters would finish right here, would be inside here. For this one here, your lowercase letters, this looks like it's ending below the baseline, so your lowercase letters would be up here. I rarely end my C's, A's, all those below the baseline. I usually keep them up in horizontal ovals that go above the baseline so that my lowercase letters can fit inside. I don't think you're that leggy. You might be a little bit. Not as bad as last week though. Alright. And this one, see, he finishes this one below the baseline, so his lowercase letters tuck in here. That's just a crazy... I'm not going to try to replicate this C because to me it's not a beautiful created C. I'll try to replicate this one, I guess. But that's very similar to Kanan's. Why is my phone vibrating? Alright, what do we got for JD Todd? We have this C here. Entry oval. Finishing, it seems like we had a sort of a common thing where their shades are ending even sooner than they're finishing on the A's. They're finishing right about the time when the entry oval crosses through. I want to compare that to Kanan's a little bit closer. So the main differences we see, Kanan has, and we talked about this with the A. This A has this nice, I find it nice, the curve of the right tine. The C, same thing, he maintains that curve of the right tine. Whereas Todd, the right tine, still curved, but not nearly as much. It's more of a straight line down here. And then the curve is on the left side. But his shade in general is very, very straight. It's not straight. It's just not as curvy as Kanan's. He also enters a little bit lower, I think, because he has a much longer upper loop up here than Kanan does. Same angle. They're both rocking the same angle there, though. And then horizontal exit oval. His just goes above the baseline, and his goes below. See that little kink on Kanan's right there? He doesn't have a kink, but because he has this angle, it ends up being much rounder below the baseline. If he had gone this way, he would get the kink like Kanan did. But he keeps it going to the left to round out that bottom bit nicely, which is good. All right. What do you got, Mataraz? So Mataraz, well, difficult to see, sorry. Very similar to both of them. This is like JD Todd's, but finished a little bit faster, it looks like. Very horizontal entry oval, curving up. He continues his shade. Very similar to his A shade, but more on the slant of writing that we're used to. Again, straight on the right tine and curved on the left tine. Quick transition out, but it doesn't look too sharp. And then a large, stretched out horizontal exit oval. Whereas Kanan and JD Todd in this instance brought this a lot more round and down. And so did Courtney in his second example. Okay. What do you got for us, Blozer? Okay. So Blozer does, this is more so how I think my C's tend to end up looking. Nice entry oval, slight shade up there, exact same as the B down here. Tapering up. His taper up is very similar to Todd's. Yeah, very similar entry and taper to Todd's. It's a little bit longer than Kanan's, but then he pulls down, whereas Kanan would have curved this, so this whole top part would have been a little bit more round to make this whole, if we started here and went all the way, it would be like a big circle. Blozer and Mataraz as well get this shape. They maintain this large implied oval shape rather than a big circle by having this be longer and straighter on this side to curve, and then it would go longer, straighter on the bottom. But that's when he transitions to the horizontal exit, dissecting the baseline. That is a beautiful C. Cool. And then potentially, as far as shade-wise, I think this is my favorite shade of all of them. Entry oval is a little bit droopy to the lower left, but that's all right. Normally I'd want to do, if I could have Blozer's entry with Berensmeyer's transition, like this just looks beautiful. It's perfect. The shade is nice and short, similar to Kanan's, but unlike Kanan, Blozer maintains this oval shape instead of the circular shape that Kanan gets by maintaining this sort of brighter pull stroke on the right tine and curved left tine stroke to come around. Now, I also wish this ended above the baseline, but that's just my preference. He finished it under the baseline, curving down. Noticing the same curve that we talked about in Kanan's letter A. It's not pulling on a straight line like I naturally do, but curving as if it was going to continue into another implied oval down here. But that is a beautiful shade, cutting off again right at this entry. Gorgeous. All right. Whose letters do we consider as standard letters while teaching? Whose letters are you taught to students? So when teaching, I normally teach my own. I teach my letters just because I'm creating what the students are learning, but my letters are not what I would consider the ideal letters. The ideal letters would be these ones in PZ Blozer's book. This would be what I would consider like the ideal go-to form most of the time. Some of the stems aren't, I mean, there's nothing is perfect, but so these ones by Lupfer, and I believe these are hand engraved, so everything was sort of perfected. The hairlines are all a little bit thicker than they naturally would be, but this would be a good example of a clean, super nice alphabet. So if somebody said, like, give me one alphabet to copy, this would probably be the first one I would go to, but also, I don't have it printed, but it's on my website, and it's linked in my Discord and all that as well. Darner, he did a lesson of ornamental penmanship, and I think it's A to Z with Darner. It's on my website, and the capitals in that PDF, pull it up on my phone because I want to show it on the video. I don't think I have it downloaded already, but So if I go to Business Educator Lessons on my website, scroll to the bottom because it's one of the ones I recently added. Not all the way to the bottom because that's in Grosser script. Let's go here. From A to Z Ornamental Penmanship with H.L. Darner. It is downloading. Please stand by. All right. So these capitals are basically perfect. These are gorgeous some of the best capitals, I think. Not everything is perfect. Like this exit oval's not perfect, but perfection. Now notice he has the round form more similar to Kanan versus the other examples we had today. But if you scroll through here, it's a sentence starting with A, B, C, going all the way through the alphabet for, I think, 14 pages. E, F, G. There's no variations in form, but of the forms he used, like that I is just, it's immaculate. K, the only thing I don't like about that K is it uses the engrosser script shade, the line of beauty shade there. Not a huge fan of that top. Stem, gorgeous. M, stored, gorgeous. L. So, anyways, that's a great example of some beautiful, clean, no extra snazzy bits added. They're basic ornamental penmanship forms, but they just look gorgeous. So those would be the options that I would say. Those are the two that sort of jump in my mind first. There are more, obviously. There's a lot of really clean A to Z alphabets out there. I am wanting to start a compilation. I gotta go through the Business Educator again from the beginning, and I want to pull all the alphabets that I see, all the full alphabets, and I want to make an archive of full alphabets, because there's so many out there, and I haven't been pulling them since the beginning, and I wish I had, because I've missed out on a lot of them. I remember seeing them, but I don't know where they are, because I've looked through thousands upon thousands of pages of that magazine, and of books and scrapbooks and stuff like that. But that is what I would... these are the two that sort of jump out at me most. Lupfer, which is from PZ Blozer's book. Darners are just really, really nice. The other one that I recently loaded on my website was the plain ornamental letters, or plain penmanship. Lessons in Plain something by Unknown. Those might be Lupfer as well. Those are really nice examples too. But there isn't really one go-to form for ornamental penmanship. It's not like Spencerian, where it can be sort of narrowed down to the way it was taught very specifically. But there are certain penmen had much cleaner forms that I tend to reference a lot more. My classes, like I said, I reference my own because that's how I write them. I wish I could write the perfect forms, and maybe one day my classes will have forms that look like the perfect forms, but we're not there yet. Every once in a while we hit a close to perfect form. Okay, let's jump into C here. I'm gonna save Bairnsmeyer and Blozer till the end. Who are we gonna do first here? Let's go Courtney first. Then we'll do JD Todd. Then Mataraz. Let's go. I think that's the order the sheets are in. Alright, I hope this is exciting. I'm not honestly sure. This is just there was a few people asked me to show comparing different styles of penmanship and teaching penmanship and stuff like that, and it just sort of sparked the idea in my brain of comparing different penmen. But I just had that idea today, but I mean, getting the more in-depth comparison is something I wanted to do for a long time. But starting it on live, I figured we would test the waters of comparing all these different styles and recreating them on the fly. So I'm not just trying to recreate one exact same thing. But I hope it's still educational, or at least entertaining or enjoyable to watch. Okay. We're gonna do this lower one of Courtney's. We're gonna enter it with a compound curve, because that's how he entered. He came from the B, though. We're not going to draw to B, but we're going to start down here and go in from a compound curve. And then shade in huge rounded bowl on the bottom. So, I mean, that's a really nice C as well. But we're going to try to duplicate that to the best of our ability. I will show you really quick the difference, the way I naturally have almost always done my C's, which I'm trying to retrain myself a little bit. I tend to get this is very rounded here. And my shade, as you can see, goes very long. Whereas all the examples we've looked at today are very, very short. Nice evenly spaced circles. What? These? I don't know what you're talking about, Aravind. Sorry. All right, let's see here. Let's go into this C. Top priority, cutting the length of that shade down a whole lot. Ugh. So I definitely need to get this transitioning out so I get this shape on top. Whereas I'm getting sort of this shape. Oh, yeah, this connected capital of Courtney's is pretty amazing. No, I just didn't know he was talking about these, that we were talking about these circles here. This is a cool alphabet. I will try to duplicate this entire thing one day. Not yet, though. Not today. Maybe at the end. We'll see how I feel, but probably not today. I need to get my hand up to snuff. I gotta do a commission in ornamental penmanship this week. And my hand needs to be at its best behavior. So I was very focused on this part up here, which I still didn't get. This is that left curve at the very end. I have trouble getting. And then my shade is obviously horrendous there. The right length, it just needs to be up here instead. Better. Sorry if today's laggy, everybody. I wonder if it's my internet or my computer or just YouTube. So again, we got this. This is an issue that plagues my C's all the time anyway, so we're probably not going to fix this today. We got to try to cut that bit out. The rest of it, I'm a fan of. For Courtney, though, he comes way up here. I gotta bring that way around. Very round. Shade, though, is about right. It's just that entry we gotta fix. A minute behind it. I wonder why it's a few weeks in a row now. People have been behind. That shouldn't be the case. What's going on, YouTube? It never used to be like that. That's the idea. Okay, we got that shape. My shade is a little too long, but we got the right shape up at the top, which is what we're going for. This just needs to be more round. We need to now maintain that and fix the rest. Close. Nope. Too rounded up there. Darn it. I had two good ones, and then I lost it. If my shade wasn't so long there. Shorter shade, here we go. Better. That's about it. My shade is still too long. Well, we're gonna move on to the next one here. Okay, next up, JD Todd. So pretty similar to what we're doing, we're just gonna enter it with a horizontal entry oval. The main thing always is gonna be fighting this shape for me. I need to make sure that that cuts in because I'm bad for this part. Almost always. But Todd pretty much finishes his the way I do, so that's okay. Why do I look upward? No, so the example or the preview I have on my computer is from YouTube, so it's a little bit behind. So when I look, what I'm seeing, or it won't catch up to me for about 7 seconds. So in real time to see, my camera is up there. So I'm looking at, well, you won't be able to see it really, but right here, no, can't see it. Just out of frame, but my camera is right here. So I have the little screen on my camera. So that's what I'm looking at. Anytime I'm moving my sheet of paper, I look up here to arrange it properly. Just because the preview on my computer is seconds behind. And I don't use OBS's preview because that's rough on the computer to have YouTube preview and OBS preview going at the same time. So I just use my camera. But it means I have to look up and to the left a whole bunch. Sorry. I always try to tell myself to look at YouTube, but what I see there, like when I move the page, it doesn't move for a while. So this is how I get live or live feedback to make sure that my paper is straight and in frame. Ooh, that was a good one. Lost my hairline here a little bit. But if I could just cut that shade by there, I'd be happier. The shade is dipping below the baseline even. There we go. Too long here. That's a Mataraz's exit stroke. This one looks more like Mataraz's than it does Todd's, but it's okay. Shorten that up a little bit. I need this shape. Rounder. That's what makes the C look so nice. But that's the hardest part. Decent, that's pretty close. The main thing, I got a loopy entry or a droopy entry oval, and this should cut about there instead of being quite so long. But entry to the shade is close. That's what we want, I think. Just gotta flatten out my entry oval here. There's what we want. That's the idea. It could even still go a little bit flatter. Still a little droopy, but it's a nice one. There we go. Now let's go to Mataraz. How does Mataraz differ from what we're doing right now? So biggest difference is we gotta go from this angle. We gotta change our angle to make that downstroke sharper, and then we can do, like we did over here, a really long exit stroke. All right, let's do it. Now I'm conscious of every time I look up. Messing with my mind now. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit faster, increase our angle a little bit. Basically like that. This is a little too sharp. That's the idea. This could come a little more out and go. I still need to get that left curve right there. A little bit more. Darn. Uh-oh. Did I mess up this nib? Gotta take a nib pause. Don't die on me, little nib. Oh, it's not. It's not super bad. Here we go. The nib is losing a little bit of its springiness, but that's okay. Manageable. This is one that I sharpened the other day, so it is quite sharp. So nib snaps could potentially happen. Oh no, depending on the Penman, all nibs can snap. But yeah, new nibs snap as well. Most snaps with new nibs, the snaps happen because the penman did something wrong. Most snaps in general happen because the penman did something wrong. In this instance, this first snap likely happened because I did something wrong. The second snap happened, and this is why I checked my nib. The second snap felt like it happened because of something that might have got thrown out of whack with this first snap. I mean, it's impossible to tell really, but this one didn't feel like it was my fault, whereas this one felt like it was my fault, if that makes sense. Normally, when I get a nib snap, I chalk it up to being my fault. I don't like to blame the nibs for snaps, but if a nib gets misaligned, then it's going to snap, and it's going to be very difficult to make it not snap. You get snaps on your entry ovals. On which part of them? Your lower left? Or do you get them right when you start? Right at the very beginning? Or do you get them on the upstroke? On the lower right side? Normally a new snap or a new nib won't snap too much. They usually don't start snapping until either one gets worn down or you make a mistake and you snap one of the tines out of alignment, which is normally what happens to most people, myself included. Booyah, that was pretty good. Which one are we replicating? Right, Mataraz. Angles, good. His shade starts a little bit higher and ends a little bit quicker than mine. And it's a little bit straighter. Mine is still more curved. The same sort of issue we were having with the capital A. Yeah, out of whack. Thinking too much. That's the idea. Yep, super angled. Again, my shade is a little low compared to his. It could be bumped up to about there and finish about there, but I'm not gonna be too crazy picky about it. Exit oval's about right. Very long, entry oval's about right. Let's see the comparison. Get them both in frame. Right there, Mataraz versus Mike. Not versus. Mataraz would destroy me. Mataraz and Mike. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be around when those guys were around. Sit and write alongside them for a bit would be, gosh, even just an evening of writing with them. Teach you so much. evening. Give me an hour, 1 hour riding with these guys. Teach you a whole heck of a lot. Okay. Who we gonna do? Let's do Penman next. Round. I'm gonna do this one that he did for and co. We're gonna go instead of this one here. Same idea. This one I just think is a nicer of the two, so I'm gonna try to replicate the nicer of the two. Bring you guys a little bit closer. Here we go. Okay, Kanan. This is a hard one. So we got way too much of a horizontal here. So from this point, this whole letter has to be like a big circle. Weird. For this example, I won't write the ampersand. I mean, I could. In this instance, he's doing a. I mean, they're not connected. He's doing an unshaded variation, which is going. It's just like so, and then up and around. And he has a tiny little dot shade right there, which is really interesting to me. It's similar to what he added to his capital A. I can't seem to get that dot unless he's doing the dot as a, I don't know, because it means he has to start with his nib already in a dot of wet ink. Which is possible, it just feels weird. I like to do the ampersand. Sorry, I'm off track here, but I like to do the ampersand like Baronsmeyer with a little bit of a shade on the downstroke, on the first downstroke. Whoops. Like so. That's how I like to do it. Not everybody reads that like an ampersand though. The shade, mine's a little too high. Very pretty one either. Okay, back to this circular C. Aravind, I asked specifically about those two directions because they're both traveling upwards. When you enter an horizontal entry oval, this is your first up direction. That's option 1. Or when you go up after making the oval, there's your second up. So I was asking which one of those causes it, because there's 2 up directions in an entry oval. If you're getting it at the top, either place, it's likely that you're just applying too much weight, but you can check your tines and make sure they're not misaligned. Jeez. Do you get it like at that spot where I just got one? Way too long of a shade. Shade is so short. Okay. Woo! Too much space in here, but my shade cut by that point, and this whole thing looks relatively round. That felt like the right idea. We're going in the right direction. All right, if you get the snap at that point, like the C, it's like I did there, it's likely that just transitioning as you're coming over, you're digging into the paper. So it's possible that if your elbow's too high, you're going to be digging into the paper on the upstroke. But it might not be an angle issue. It might just be that as you're transitioning, you're pressing in as you go up. It's possible. That's what happened to me there. That's why I got that snap. I was just applying too much pressure. We get away with it on the downstrokes, even when we're not doing shades and whatnot, but the nib tells us what we're doing wrong on the upstrokes. Okay, we're getting there. Shade's a little too long still. His shade is so tiny, lengthwise. That's the idea. It's coming. We're workshopping the C today. Let's start this a little higher so that I maintain this nice curve here. I'm getting snaps on every upstroke right now, and I need to stop. Nope, pulled down too much. Gotta go out to make this round. Basically, one other way to tell yourself or to let yourself know if your nib is causing a snap or not, when you're not doing a letter form, if I can do this without getting snaps, whoops, I got a snap there. But I did a whole bunch of them without, and I didn't get snaps, which means I can make that stroke without getting snaps. So if I get a snap, I'm likely doing something wrong. That being said, this nib is incredibly sharp right now. So, and this paper isn't super smooth, so it's kind of a, not setting myself up for failure, but this is advanced mode. Damn. I cannot remember to keep my shade that short. Close. Nope. Darn it. Gotta make that shade even shorter. His is like comically short. Okay, super short. Here we go. Err on the side of too short. Too long. Getting there. It's close. This shape is not looking nice though. I think I'm gonna have to move on from this C, because getting the shade that short, gosh, I could slow down, but that's gonna affect my my hairline. It's about as short as I can get it at this moment. I mean, that's pretty good, minus the fact that I lost my hairline here. Nope. Okay, 2 more tries and then I'm moving on. I got a few passable ones. Oh, minus the snap. That shade, that's the shortest shade I've done so far. It's a snap, but I'm giving it a happy face anyways. Something's up with this nib though, I'm pretty sure. We're snapping way too much all of a sudden. But this also happens. One reason I'm pretty sure a lot of these snaps are happening right now is because my focus is on the shade. So my ovals are not coming out exactly clean like they should, I would guess. So that's likely why. Oh yeah, for sure, you're misaligned. Yeah, so that is likely why the snaps are happening. But this nib was definitely slightly misaligned, which takes 2 seconds to fix, or to maybe fix. Sometimes you don't know if you actually fix it or not, but this should be better. I don't even want to do another one. That shade was nice and short. That one was good. Oh, good size, good looking C, but I want to get that shade shorter. Canon short. All right, we're gonna move on. That one managed to get the Canon shade, but jeepers, that was hard. All right, here, let's go to Blozer. This should be, after doing all of Kanan's, this should be relatively, I want to say simple, famous last words, but it should be relatively simple. Come on. That's about right. Get those two in frame. That's the main difference, which is not a difficult part. The shade is about right. This shade is slightly higher than mine. My entry oval dips a little bit quicker than his. But shade-wise, we're in the same family. What's going on, Roy? Welcome. Today, I don't know, I'm assuming you saw the story. We are going through how many Penman? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 Penman's variations of capitals, and then I'm going through one at a time and trying to create a passable version of each Penman's alphabet. None of them are perfect, but we're seeing what we can do. Having some fun trying. Okay, now Berensmeyer. Now the angle is more natural for me, but it's another super short shade. And then this one, we're gonna end it below the baseline like he does. Oofty doofty doofty doofty, here we go. Heh, glad you caught one. Nice to have you in here. A smiley face for cool splatters. This one has, it's like a really good shade, and that's true. That was a good nib snap as far as snaps go. Is this same song playing over and over again? Or maybe this playlist is just really short? I feel like I've heard this song a bunch of times today. I like it, so it doesn't bother me, but I don't want you guys to have to listen to the same song over and over. It's on shuffle, so maybe it just happens to be playing it twice. Epic fail. Maybe. But that shade is too nice. I won't call it an epic fail. Alright. Berensmeyer has a slightly droopier entry oval, so that works for me because I've been drooping mine today by accident. And finishing below the baseline. Curving, continuing, okay. Whoops. So habitual for me to bring that above the baseline. Okay, we're not bad. Angle is about right. I just gotta I need to make my point be right here. I'm gonna bring the point a little to the left. Be in a good spot. Okay. Yeah, this playlist might not be the biggest. I gotta expand my playlists. Darn it, again. Whoops. Okay, stop doing it. We gotta make our shade a little bit higher as well. Drooping our entry oval a little bit too much. Okay. This needs to curve more. We need a better shape here. We can do that. I'm going to start writing a little bit smaller, I think. These examples are getting a little on the big side. So I get that kink that we talked about Courtney having. Which means when I get to this top point, I have to remember to go around. Behrensmeyer is a little more reminiscent of the circle, like Kanan's. Slightly, not as much, but slightly. And then this needs to curve more as well on the exit. I was gonna go here when I got right here. You can see the transition going into the oval. Oh shit. Oops. When you think about things too little too late. Changes on the fly. Come on. Get my entry oval a little bit longer. It's close. I'm forgetting to curve this. But the shade is close. This is the biggest difference. That nice curve there from the entry stroke. So what I would normally do, not gonna do it today, while we're live, but what I would normally do is now turn this shape into a drill and do it a whole bunch of times, hairline, without adding shades. Not gonna do that today though, because I'm just going for it. Are we gonna make it to blacklight? I think we might today. We haven't done a blacklight in a while. I don't think I'll stay in blacklight very long, but we got 15 minutes left, and I want to finish up this C. So yeah, we'll probably make it. I don't know if I'll do this same thing in blacklight. I might just play in blacklight a little bit, rather than try to replicate these. Take a break and just play maybe. But we'll do blacklight for a little bit today. Forgot to go underneath. It's the right shape though. Start the shade sooner. We haven't made it to blacklight in quite a while. It's been at least, what has it been? It's been at least a month, I think, since we've hit a blacklight live. Four hours is a long time. 3 hours is a long time. Oh, will you just remember to go down here, brain? My brain is being very forgetful all of a sudden. three things that I'm focusing on right now and unfortunately failing. Thing one, trying to make my entry oval start right here and travel farther to the right before it curves in. Now when I do that is when I end up getting this ugly curve here. So I got to get this longer. And then when I get to that point, I'm trying to think about this curve. That's point number 2. Point number 3, getting the short shade as well as keeping it round. And then point number 4 that I keep forgetting is bringing this down below. There's a lot of points that I'm forgetting. A lot of things to remember. Similar to doing a signature. This is, to me, this is, I mentioned this earlier, but I don't know if everybody was here. This to me is probably more challenging than doing the 6 Lincoln Sunday challenge because it's just base forms. There's no hiding behind any flourish at all. It's only your letter form, but it's also much better practice. Come on, brain. Is it really that hard to remember to go below the baseline? Really? Is it? It's not. I know it isn't. There's a lot of things to focus on. Shouldn't be too many though. I should be able to do it. Should. The cool thing, most of these C's I would consider passable. They're not ugly C's. They're just not exactly what I'm trying to accomplish right now. Literally the second my pen finishes this last stroke, a little voice in my brain says, with his hands on his hips, says, below. He yells at me. Darn. Alright, get a new sheet of paper. Try again. Actually, we can use earlier paper upside down. Stir the ink real quick because it's getting faded. Okay. Come on, brain. Just do the letter. Brain and hand. Work together. Make it happen. Cooperation. Here we go. That is starting to be not funny. What's going on, Chase? I'm just falling apart. Maybe this is why we go to Black Live. We haven't been going to Black Live very often lately. I get close to midnight and I fall apart. You dozed off. That's okay. Naps are important. That's healthy. Okay. What's going on with my shades now? I'm so focused on getting that ending stroke. Everything else is gone. And this. 6 hours? Goodness. How long are your shifts, James? Really? Everything was going pretty decent. Dresses up? I'm wearing a t-shirt. 6 hours, so that's good. I'm just wearing a t-shirt. At the beginning of the live, I was wearing my black bowler hat. That's just laziness because I didn't want to do my hair. But then I decided to change. I mean, hat and jeans, that's just standard apparel for me. I pretty much always wear a hat and jeans. I was wearing sweats earlier. I do change out of sweatpants when I do the live, though. Just cause. And I put on a non-lounging at home shirt. Sometimes I do the button-ups, but not very often. I can't do this bloody letter. I'm losing it. I feel like, you know what happens? Going down and getting that stroke below the baseline makes me I'm hitting my range of movement, and I don't like that. That's probably the reason why I don't do my capital stems or my exit strokes, that variation that goes below the baseline. I hit my range of movement. I could go to whole arm, but I don't want to. My arm is not stretchy enough. I need it to stretch. I don't sleep in my nice clothes. I mean, I could wear sweats, I guess, and you guys a lot of times wouldn't know, but I don't know. It feels right to wear jeans. A lot of the times I'm already wearing jeans because I usually run errands on Tuesday, so I'm usually already in jeans of some sort. Okay. Not terrible. Shade is too long though, and we have a kink. Pajamas all day. I mean, I normally wear just sweats, and I have just a bunch of white shirts. Not this one, but just white, plain old wear around the house shirts that I rock. I did a lot of housework today, cleaning and laundry and dishes and that stuff today. Okay, shade is shortening up. We still got a kink. That means when I get here, I need to remember to go around. Get the oval going, or the circle. When I got here, you can see where I had a skip. I remembered I was almost gonna go way up here and be super stoked because it was a super Canaan looking sea and I was really happy with it. And then I remembered, no, go down. So now I have this weird hybrid, which still looks good, but it's not what I should have been doing. But the shade, I'm happy with. That's the That's the goal. It's getting dialed in. I want to hit it before we hit midnight. Thanks a lot, Roy. Thanks for joining in. Have a great day. Forgot again. Will you just remember? Come on, brain. What? Come on. Close. Not a very impressive shade, though. I still gotta work on cutting that shade off so quick. Those guys are so good at doing that. Sort of like that, except exit oval's no good. Coffee! I like the smell of coffee. Close. If the shade was bigger, that one would be good. It's the right length. I just didn't really push the shade. And this could curve down a little bit more. If we were being picky, which apparently we are all of a sudden. Determination. Sad face. Oi! What is happening? Everything's falling apart. Uh-oh. Well, it looks as though it's that time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my alarm didn't go off on my phone. I guess I must have turned that off last week. All right. First up, blacklight glasses. I don't even know where my blacklight ink is. I can't even see it. Put it away? Oh no, there it is. Blacklight ink. What do we gotta do here? We gotta make this brighter. I froze it. Darn it. Sorry. 2 seconds. Cool. And then, what else do we got? So glowy. We gotta change our music from, what are we gonna go with? Let's go with don't know if we've listened to this playlist yet. All right. We are officially in Glow. Oh, Catherine. Welcome. So, Catherine, it has just hit midnight my time. And at midnight, we go from Late Night Live into Glow Light Live. Wait. What did I call it? Glow Night Live. No, that's not right. Yeah, Glow Night Live. Now that sounds wrong coming out of my mouth, but I'm pretty sure that's what I always say. Okay, now we gotta see how much is our writing gonna glow here. Here we go. Well, this song is from a different playlist. The song we're listening to right now, I don't think is played earlier today. Glow Light Live. I can't remember if that's what I normally say. I don't recall. Guess it doesn't matter. Okay. I'm not sure how my snappy nib is gonna work or is gonna like this paper. This paper is relatively textured. We gonna find out. I don't have all my settings figured out for glow because we haven't done one in so long. Glow Light Live. That's what it is, not Glow Night Live. Glow Light Live. Glow Light Live. It's a little on the purpley side. It's not glowing quite as much in the camera as I would like it to. I've been looking into better black lights to make this work a little bit better for us, but for now, this is gonna be what it is, I suppose. Oof, let's start this alphabet again. My hairlines, I'm scared. You can see I'm missing all of my upstrokes because I'm going too light because I'm very nervous of a nib snap because this paper is very textured. This is a very weird song. I haven't listened to this playlist before. I don't think we've ever used it in a live yet. Normally I go to my dark hip hop playlist for the live videos. This one is the YouTube electronic playlist I put together, which is just downloading every electronic song in the YouTube media library. Or not everyone, but the first couple pages of them, I think. Oh, snap. Pretty decent alphabet so far. I wish I could play music that didn't have to be royalty free. That would be very fun. Every upstroke has me so nervous. Oh, case in point. Woo! Nice K. Minus the little missed hairline. That's alright. Let's do L on this line as well. L? No. L on the next. Oh, we clubbing now, ladies and gentlemen. The chat is very quiet today. Fozzie's still lagged, probably. We haven't turned blacklight yet for Fozzie, maybe. Beat drop. Oh, come on. Oh, Nib Snap City! We just turned blacklight. I'm just writing an alphabet. That's all that's really happening. Nothing specific. I don't know if I've ever done a full blacklight alphabet before. Breakdowns entitle you to French fries, I think. Oh. I don't really know what I feel like writing right now. Oh, I heard some really good quotes from a book I read or listened to on Audible earlier today, and I cannot remember. Shoot, I can't remember them. There were some good ones. This is not verbatim. I can't remember word for word what it was, but I liked this one. Human beings are not objects. Two snaps in one letter. Come on. That reminds me of Ace Ventura when he gets the darts. Two darts is too much. Was it 3? No, 3. 3 darts is too much. Ugh. It's from a book. The book was called, I don't know, something about getting rid of things. It was a minimalist book, but it talked about how people are not objects. I don't know. It was a really neat philosophy. I don't even know if they use the word human beings or not, but it was cool. It's so crazy that 2 snaps in 1 letter, but the O itself turned out relatively decent, even though it had 2 snaps during it. Uh-oh. ZK, that's why we changed the music to be a little more spiced up, so people don't fall asleep. You can't fall asleep during Blacklight Live. It's against the rules. Oh! Whoops. This nib is way too scratchy for this paper. The crummy part about snaps with blacklight is it snaps beyond the paper. So when I turn the blacklight on, like I don't see it in the daylight, but there's just everything on my desk ends up with little glowy speckles after Blacklight Live nights. Oh, that's not a D. How can I fix this? Thou shalt not sleep. It was gonna say during Blacklight Live, but now I did an L or an ascender. Thou shalt not let. Lest? Is it L-E-S-T? I have to Google something. I don't want to spell this wrong. Yeah. No, thou shalt not sleep. Darn it. Thou shalt not sleep. Lest. This is probably not gonna make. There we go. That's kind of what I was thinking, Roy. Yeah. Lest Blacklight be over. I like it. Thank you for fixing that little mistake. Or should we say Blacklight endeth? Just to be silly. That's what I'm gonna do. Thou shalt not sleep, lest Blacklight endeth. This is not how I would ever write my lowercase letters, but every upstroke is snagging the paper, so I have to be uber cautious. Messed up my spacing there. Whoops. Is it ITH or ETH? Yeah, ETH. And we finish with the worst ascended stroke ever. Ugh. Snappy nibs ruin everything. It's not the nib's fault. This paper is super scratchy. That's one of the main reasons I haven't been wanting to go live lately. I need to get some better paper that works good under black light. That is not quite so toothy. That's good. That's the best way to speak. Whoops. Seekest thy blackest light. That makes no sense at all, but that's okay. If the music is too loud, then you're too old. Ooh, this has got some funk to it. Oh, I should create a funk playlist. That's what we need in here. If the music is too old, then you are too loud. I know. Remix. Oh my gosh. I was about to say these snaps are killing me because it makes the writing so much less enjoyable. Because literally every single upstroke is just a snap. I want to see if I have another nib here that's maybe a little bit duller. Oh, I don't know what's even prepared, and the lights are out so I can't see anything. I think all the ones in here are ones that I just sharpened last week. We'll see. Yeah, that was a crazy snap. Yeah. Oh, it's funny. One thing I've been realizing lately, I leave, like, my nibs are in this tin, which I've showed many times, and they're magneted, whatever, to the pole beside my desk, to my tripod pole, and my nibs sometimes get magnetized, so they stick when they're just on the desk. They'll stick to some metal tools and things around. That's a hardcore snap too. Like, that's not even a pretty snap. That's just like look at how intense that is. Like, check this one. Like, it went like cha cha choo 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 choo. Like, I wish I had that one in slow motion. That was like a spray. That was way less than just a regular snap. That was aggressive. Because then, like, from the impact point, everything still is like, blah, blah, shoot straight out. But this, something intense happened here. One of the times went for a journey. All right. Zoom back out here a little bit. That nib is just, it's not even the nib's age, it's just super sharp nib. I just sharpened it, and it was already snappy on other paper. Oh, come on. Why isn't this nib working good? Yeah, super sharp nib on really not great hairline paper, unfortunately. But I like that the snap was there because the nib was too old, so the snap was too loud. Okay, this nib is half prepped, but we'll see if it'll work. Blind test. What am I gonna write here? Well, that's better. I'm timid now on my upstroke. I'm scared. Take your nib on a journey. Snap it away. This one actually doesn't snap. This one's good. I think this is a Leonard principle. Can't really tell. But it was in the sharpened box, so it's sharp. It's just not as sharp as the other one. Okay, now I don't know if I have any other line. Any other line? Are these lined? Nope. So these are written on already. These are from a previous late night live session. I don't have any other blacklight paper. I'll be honest, I wasn't really expecting to go into blacklight tonight. This is old blacklight paper, but it's not lined on the other side. But be alright without lines. See how that works on the opposite side. Ooh, I rarely write without guidelines. I feel so free. Ooh, ugly shade. Ugly stem. Feel so free. Free as a bird. Woo! Ah! I ruined it with that exit stroke. I celebrated too soon. I feel free. Free as a bird. A bird that is free. Ooh, these are ugly lowercase letters. That's okay. I feel free. Free as a bird that is free because it has no guidelines. Oh, FL Tower's free. I've only done that on the live once. I went kind of bonkers that one night. FL Tower is a little too free. He's crazy free. I need to make a compilation of his work so more people can see all his bonkers stuff. That was the plan. Womp womp. Oh, I don't think bonkers is in the cards tonight. I mean, only with my line creation, not my. I won't do any crazy tower-esque signatures today. Towers was pretty crazy though, but there's not a lot. Or his work isn't super easy to track down. A lot of people haven't heard of him before. What happened to that song? It died. Jesse, that was a fun live. Yeah, that was. I need to go back and put the descriptions of my live videos. Which ones are those ones that go crazy and which ones don't? Ooh, good question, Jesse. What Excite do I normally write at? Approximately close to what I'm writing right now, but not exactly. What Excite is this? Let me get my head in here and find out for you. I feel like this is about 2 millimeters, maybe 3. Yeah, this is 2. Currently, I'm writing at 2. Normally, if I'm writing with a good nib, this is not like the biggest I go most of the time. It's usually this or smaller. If I'm using a good nib that's finer than this, I mean, this nib is a good nib, but this ink doesn't create super fine hairlines. So I would normally write probably a slight little bit smaller than this, but this one is 2 millimeter Excite right now. When did you move? September 1st. I moved the beginning of September. That feels so long ago now. Yeah, it was in this place. This is a horrible reference, but it was right after the actor who plays T'Challa in Marvel passed away, because somebody requested that I wrote T'Challa. Was that night? I think that was that night, because I flourished and I did his necklace in that one. I think that was the same live. There's been so many of them now. Well, it's nice to know that I can write on straight lines without guidelines. Whoop, whoop. Hooray! I feel like I'm in like an arcade or something right now. This is ghetto talk. I can write straight lines without. Who needs an H? We write without. I can write straight lines without. That's so stupid. Whoops. That was actually surprisingly challenging to do on the fly like that. How do you connect the TO connection? I connect the TO. Let's see. I use just an undercurve or maybe like a compound curve into the O. Probably a compound curve. Thanks, Roy. I like the contrast. My lines are... I don't remember the last time. I genuinely can't remember the last time I wrote without a guide sheet. I always use a guide sheet. And I always tell my students and people that you don't need one. I just write with one because, I mean, it's like the whole working smarter, not harder thing, but they're unnecessary. As you can see, you can get clean, even spacing. Obviously not perfect, but it's good. TO, let's see here. T. Yeah, so I use the same compound curve I would use going into an A or a C. Technically, the way you could do it, or I would assume the way it would be done back in the day, would be one of two ways. You could either do blacklight lessons. So from the T, I'm assuming you mean this T, not a capital. The T, coming out of the T is the exact same as coming out of like an I or an A, any regular ended letter. So it's the exact same as if you were coming out of, like if you were doing I-O, same thing. Now what you could do the way I do it, or the way it works in my brain, is I'm doing this downstroke, and then I do a compound curve like that. But you could also do a downstroke and an undercurve, and then from the undercurve, I mean from here, same thing. You could do the O from there, or you do the O from here. They're gonna look virtually the same. I personally have just always done them in a compound curve. It's like going into the lowercase a. In a lot of vintage samples, you'll see they can go into the lowercase a this way, where they're just using a regular undercurve before the A. That's how they split it. Or, the way I like to do it is to do a compound curve, like so, and then I go from that point to create my A. Whoops, little snap there, but... So the ending result is almost the same. I've just always done it the compound curve way. I think because that's how I always did it when I wrote slowly. And I don't necessarily want to lift between these two letters, going into the O or going into other letters that require a compound curve, like an I, for example, or like a C, for example. There are a lot of examples, and there's even a, I don't remember, is it? Yeah, in Del Tisdale's notes, it shows the C, how you can get into the C either this way, and then do the hook, like so, or you can get into it this way, and then do the downstroke and out second. up to you. This is how a lot of people, I think, how a lot of people do it. They do the undercurve, lift, and then do this. I don't like to lift, and I like having the little compound curve. I always enter my C's with a compound curve. Even when I'm teaching them, for some reason, when they're standalone, not coming after a letter, it feels weird to me going into them from a solid overcurve or from an undercurve. I like going into them with a compound curve. So either is acceptable. I personally use a compound curve, but when you're using like dashy movement writing, the difference between undercurve, well, that was the difference between, here, I'll do an undercurve one and a compound curve one is very minimal and hard to recognize because the compound curve is literally like it's compounding that much and it's happening quite quickly. So it's not really compound. I guess for the O, one reason I would lean towards the compound curve, if you make it bigger, if I was going into the O from an undercurve and I didn't want to lift to start the O, I would have a lot of that retrace, which isn't a bad thing. But you're still going to get a little bit of retrace, but I prefer the idea of this coming over and having those two lines be a little bit separate. That's exaggerated. You wouldn't normally have this much space. And all that, of course, is extremely exaggerated because when you're writing like at my normal X height, a compound curve looks basically like a straight line. But in my brain, it's a compound curve, but it ends up being a straight line because of the quickness and the size of the X height. Because you can't, I mean, when you're going with movement writing, you don't have time to actually like do a hardcore compound curve in there. It's just gonna end up like that, which basically looks like a straight line. I mean, essentially it is slightly curved at the top, like a compound, but it's a not sharp compound curve. And yeah, that as well. Compound curve does bring you off the baseline a little bit quicker, which is true. Yeah, it just feels, I mean, going into the A, the O, the C, obviously the D, the G, those ones all just feel much more natural to me with a compound curve, because that's how I've always written them when I wrote larger and slower. So that's still how I maintain that same technique, I guess, just with dashy writing. Ooh, I went below the baseline. Ta-da! Ugh, ugly ascender. Add a dash of dash to your writing. Oh, and Q, yeah. I mean, all those letters that are based off of the A form. What live was this from? What were we working on? Compound curve, V. Oh, this was AC Smith practice. Six Ling and Sunday practice from a while ago. Paper makes, or practice makes, paper recycling. Oh. That's a good question, Aravind. How I'm able to sit down for long hours without recycling. Wow, sorry. Without breaks. And the answer was a two-part answer. Number one, I like this stuff. I've always told people anytime I've done a class or done a talk about Spencerian or ornamental penmanship, this is what I enjoy doing. When I want to relax, this is what I do to relax. I find this quite enjoyable. The second part of my question, or the second part of my answer, I honestly can't remember what it was at this point. Oh, I was accused basically my entire childhood of being like hyperactive and crazy like that. People always, I was a little super energetic kid and I was called hyper all the time. And I was hyperactive, but I'm also hyper focused when I really like something. So I could sit and write for hours and hours and hours and it doesn't end. A good example was the one day when Brian iCursive and I met at the Calligraph Fair in Los Angeles, and we worked on one signature the entire day in the back of the building. P breaks are important. Yeah. Do you use the closed lowercase p? Which one? I use this one. I use that one. But usually only as like an ending. One, like this is the one that's used in Blozer's letter. The famous letter. Ugh, not very good stems today. When he's writing that letter, he uses that P. But I only really use that one as an ending form, and I think the reason I like to continue it through like so. I like to keep it going a little bit, and when I lift there, I don't want to continue on, because this is like a. I mean, I could go there and continue writing from there, but I'm not a huge fan of those breaks unless it's on an S or something like that when there's no other choice. So I use the open P. Posture is another, yes. I guess that's less of a how I can sit here all the time, but I guess it is technically part of it. A lot of people talk about when they're writing, they get tense or they get sore and things like that. When I write, it is what I teach. My posture is good, and I could sit and do this literally all day long. There's no tension in my body when I'm writing. So my posture is good enough that I can do this all day. If I was doing signature design, engrosser script, slow ornamental penmanship, flourishing, any of that type of stuff, I lower my chair and I'm usually much more like this, much more chillin'. I can't do that all day long. I mean, I will because I'm stubborn and I ignore my body, but it hurts a lot more. So I can't do that. I don't like to do that for long hours. Whereas ornamental penmanship, I could do it all the time. It's why it's the one that I like to do most during the lives and all that. I had a lot of requests, actually, surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly, a lot of people on Instagram requested that I started doing copperplate or engrosser script during my late night lives. But it's not very fun. It's so slow. It's not very fun to watch. I mean, I guess, yeah, there's energy required because of the talking, but I'm a natural, not natural. I've been a performer my entire life. I like talking. I like teaching, and this is normal for me. Normally, there are people in front of me when I do it, but you guys are the people that are in front of me. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of the examples don't. I mean, I don't think in the Madaras letter, I can't remember specifically, but I don't know if I can't remember if it extends past or not. I just like the way it looks when it extends. But I rarely do a closed P, whether it extends or not, unless it's an ending. I use it at the end sometimes for a stylistic variation, or when you do like the looped, like so. Same thing, I really only use it when it's ending. Oops. I need to work on my business penmanship more one of these days. Maybe I'll do that for another late night live one of these days, even though I just said one of these days. One of these days. I enjoy winging it. It's fun. Keeps things interesting. Oh, I like this song. I've choreographed a tap routine to this song before. Nope. Ooh, nice short shade. That's what we wanted. I'm not a huge fan of doing capital letters without a baseline, or without like a guide sheet underneath or a printed guide, primarily because I have a much more difficult time visualizing my where my base is gonna be. I know a lot of penmen, and this, I'm not throwing shade or anything like that, but I know a lot of penmen will do a capital letter, and wherever that letter ends up, that ends up being where they put their baseline. I don't like doing that. I want it to be sort of pre-chosen, as I've mentioned before in lives and in videos, to take out the chance. I don't want to look back and see where I've messed up, but when I'm going, like, especially for letters like C, like A is a lot easier because it's gonna sit on the baseline, so it's a lot easier to decide or to place the A. I have much more trouble placing letters like the C that don't sit on a baseline, but they go over it. Time for some tap moves. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. That was ridiculous last week. Trying to tap and write at the same time. That was ridiculous. Ugh. This form is so ugly when I do it now. I'm trying to fix. That's how I normally enter it, and I want that more traditional shape. This transition from here to here. More abrupt. But when I do that, the whole rest of the form goes crappy. Yeah, anybody wasn't here last week and you want to watch the worst writing ever, last week's Late Night Live, there's some pretty horrendous stuff in there. I was trying to write well tap dancing under my table. I was also trying to throw flourishes with my left hand, which was horrendous, with an oblique holder. Yeah, reverse letter. Oh yeah, wait, I guess it wasn't with my left hand, never mind. I was doing letters, I was throwing them and writing them backwards from the end to the beginning. That was crazy. Whose idea was that? How did that even happen? Because Marilyn mentioned that the I is a backwards letter, or that she does the I backwards. That's what started the whole thing. It's her fault. His fault. Ooh! That's a nice C. Whoops. That shade is feeling a lot better lately. Tis. Whoops. Ugh. Mm-mm. Booyah. I'll take all 3 of those. I don't usually write bad words on video. I write bad words all the time when I mess up, when I'm not live streaming. But I usually try to keep my lives appropriate. I know many calligraphers who don't appreciate swear words. Who is it? Somebody on is it Facebook? In the Facebook Spencerian group lately? He's having trouble. It wasn't you, was it, Roy? I don't think so. Having trouble with the capital G. Such a... Whoa. My paper is oily down here. It's such a fun letter to write once you get the hang of it. What is happening? My paper is like... just deciding to cut out on me. Weird. Do your kids hear you swear, Fozzie? Or is it like a secret thing that mommy does that they don't get to hear? What kind of a parent are you? I'm not judging, I'm just curious. No, it wasn't. Oh! I don't remember doing this alphabet. Not a bad one. No, it wasn't Gordon. Gordon Ramsay. Whoops, dipped too far. There's one issue with blacklight ink. I can't see into the jar very well to tell how far my nib is dipping down. Yeah, I can't remember who it is. Doesn't really matter. Somebody was just having issues with the capital G. And I remember I used to hate this, not hate, but I used to really dislike this form. I found it extremely challenging. And once you get the hang of it, it rolls out of the pen so nicely. That's alright, then they know Fozzie's serious. I wish my S's, that's a decent one, were always is. I mean, my G's aren't always perfect, they're not always amazing, but they're a lot more consistent than my S's, unfortunately. Ugh. No. Decent. Jose, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I used to only use... What is happening? I have ink. Okay, fine. You don't want to write on this line? We'll write on this line. Stubborn paper. Now, oh, hands are all glowy now. My J's are like my Z's. When I do them, I end up going a little overboard. They're just fun to keep going. They just keep looping so easily. That one didn't work out quite as well. What is the size of that second loop after the entry oval to the G? This one? Oh, this one. What is the size? Depends on the height of your entry oval, technically. Like if this is the size of your capital letter, if you're writing between those two lines, your capital is going to essentially, you're coming up to there, looping up. It ends up being just below center, but around center. To come up again, and then you give your shade. That's your G, and then this normally will continue on to loop out this way. So that's about how you get your size. It's about approximately the halfway point, maybe a little bit longer than halfway. If that's your halfway point. Halfway is about there-ish, I would say, as not an exact science. And then with the entry oval, I like to try to get my entry ovals so that they parallel what this oval will be, like so, so that I end up getting this implied oval around the entire thing. Like up here we get this implied oval, nice following each other nicely. Ideally they're a little narrower than this, similar to the top, very similar to what you'd get on, like with your G, with your S, you'd get a very similar size oval at the top, and same with your L. You're getting approximately, it's not going to be the exact same, but you're getting approximately this same size oval on the top. Ish. I feel like this piece of paper is oily because these nib relate, these are not because I'm not putting enough pressure. The ink's just not laying down in those places for some reason. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling this playlist. We can make a cool, should make like a houndstooth pattern that looks like this. Designed clothes. It has a cool. It does, kinda, you're right. Oh, it's weird to figure out where to start. Fill a whole... It's hard to fill a whole page. Getting that spacing... There's so many lines, trying to figure out where to cross them all so that you get the same... So it's always the same. It's like a... Not a cross drill, but it's like a... I'll call it a pattern drill. Oh, I could do a Christmas tree with capital stems. I suppose. Voting aliens. Oh, come on. Rude. Oh. Get it? That's an alien ship, and that's a tractor beam. Inside. With his arms hanging down and his legs. Floating up. Come on! My paper won't even let me write anymore. I give up. Only half the lines I'm writing are ending up on the paper. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end this live right here. We made it to Blacklight. We stayed in Blacklight for a long time. That was actually really fun. Ugh! I am tired. Yeah, I don't know. The paper, I don't know. Everything just feels like greasy. I don't know. It's weird. The lines just aren't writing. There might be some, I don't know, some old ink or something on my paper towel that's on my nib. I don't know. Something's not working. My computer mouse had little speckles of glowy on it because I nib snapped on it. Is this the longest one ever? Was it 130? 130? That's a long time. We were live for a very, very long time. It was a good one. We got to think of themes and stuff like that for next week. We'll do something cool. Or maybe I'll continue. What do we do? ABC? Maybe I'll continue. If people enjoyed sort of the theme of this week, we can maybe continue that on for next week. Maybe I'll do a poll and see how people feel about that. We will do we'll do a marathon one day. We'll do like an 8 or a 10-hour something. We won't do it at night. I don't think. I'll do it at a different time. But I'll do a marathon one day. Don't want to see. Maybe I'll do it as like a charity type thing. People can donate and all the proceeds can go to some charity or something like that. And we'll do a live that is nonstop writing or nonstop pen related stuff for a lot of hours. We'll go for, I don't know if it'll be exactly 10, but a whole bunch of hours. Yeah, but anyways, we will, we'll see what we decide to do for next week. Potentially continue. Sounds like you guys want me to continue, but I'll do a poll on Instagram and see how the world feels. Yeah, thank you very much. I had a lot of fun during the playtime today after midnight. I hope you guys found today either entertaining, educational, enjoyable, or I don't know, something. I appreciate the company, and I hope you guys have a wicked rest of your day, week, month, all that jazz. And make sure that you are falling in love with the process. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that life should be just a bit of silliness, really. Blacklight Live out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, finish!